Welcome to Sleep Softly, a channel where timeless stories, gentle narration, and quiet atmospheres help you drift into rest. Before we begin tonight's tale, I'd love to know, where are you listening from? Share it in the comments below. It's always wonderful to see our little community stretching across the world. Now it's time to get comfortable. Settle into your bed or favourite chair. Close your eyes, take a slow, deep breath, and let the day melt away. Allow my voice to carry you softly into sleep, to a place where imagination flows and dreams begin. As the hourglass of the day trickled its final grains into the reservoir of night, the streets of Limehouse, sullied by the drapery of mist that clung with a tenacity known only to the London fog, lay shrouded in a spectral veil. The air was heavy, imbued with the briny scent of the nearby Thames, whose waters whispered in a clandestine language that only the ancient river and the city it embraced could comprehend. Along these winding thoroughfares, where shadows lengthened and the gaslights flickered with a weary persistence, stood the humble abode of Elias Wren, a clockmaker of no small repute, whose very being seemed entwined with the metronome of time itself. Within the confines of his modest establishment, the air was redolent with the mingling smells of oil and polished wood, the sort of scent that bespoke of craftsmanship and diligence, as if the very walls had absorbed the essence of each tick and tock that had ever echoed within them. Here, Elias laboured with a solemn devotion, his hands deft and sure, each movement imbued with a quiet reverence for the craft he so dearly cherished. A single candle, perched precariously upon the workbench, cast its muted glow over the myriad gears and springs that lay like scattered stars upon the surface, its flickering light playing a shadowed dance upon the walls. As the hour of midnight approached, Elias, with a sigh that seemed to resonate with the weary chime of an ancient clock striking the hour, rose from his seat and moved towards the door. The latch clicked softly in the stillness, a sound barely perceptible above the gentle murmur of the river beyond. He peered out into the enveloping fog, his gaze lingering upon the spectral outlines of the street, where the gaslights fought a losing battle against the encroaching mist. With a practised motion, he turned the key, securing the door against the outside world, his actions a ritual of closure that marked the end of another day's toil. The candlelight, now unchallenged by the intrusion of the night air, cast a warmer glow upon the unfinished clock that sat upon the bench, its face an enigmatic visage of time yet to be measured. Elias regarded it with a contemplative eye, his thoughts drifting like the river's current, meandering through the labyrinth of memory and hope. This clock, a commission from a discerning patron, was to be a masterpiece, a symphony of mechanics and artistry, yet it stood unfinished, a testament to the patience and precision that such endeavours demanded. Outside, the Thames, with its ceaseless ebb and flow, pressed its breath against the windows, the fog swirling in gentle eddies as if seeking entry into the sanctum of the clockmaker's world. The sound was a measured susurration, an echo of eternity that spoke of the passage of time and the constancy of change. Elias, in the solitude of his shop, felt the weight of the river's whisper, a reminder that while clocks may measure the hours, it is the river that holds the secrets of the ages. In this moment, as the world outside seemed to pause in anticipation of the morrow, Elias allowed himself a rare indulgence, a moment of reflection amidst the ticking and tocking of his creations. His thoughts were unhurried, flowing like the fog that wrapped around the city, and in the silence of the night he found a quiet contentment, a harmony with the rhythm of life that seemed as fragile and fleeting as the candle's flame. And thus, as the last embers of the day were extinguished and the night claimed its dominion, Elias turned away from the window, his footsteps echoing softly on the wooden floor. The shop, now secured and silent save for the gentle ticking of the clocks, seemed to envelop him in its embrace, a cocoon of familiarity and purpose. He extinguished the candle, the room plunging into darkness, yet a darkness that was not devoid of light, for the glow of the street lamps outside filtered through the fog, casting a gentle luminescence that spoke of the promise of dawn. As he made his way to the small room above, where he would lay his head and drift into the realm of dreams, the world outside remained, a canvas of fog and light, a tableau vivant that would wait, patient and eternal, for the coming of the new day. And with a final glance at the unfinished clock, Elias Wren ascended the stairs, the soft creak of the steps a lullaby, guiding him gently into the night. In the hushed sanctum of Elias Wren's workshop, a veritable forest of timepieces ticked and tocked in harmonious disarray, their mechanical hearts beating in synchrony, as if orchestrated by the invisible hand of a maestro unseen. The walls, lined with shelves that groaned under the weight of clocks of every conceivable size and shape, bore witness to the passage of countless hours, from diminutive carriage clocks with their polished brass and delicate handles, to grandiose long-case clocks whose pendulums swung with an imperious majesty. Each one contributed its own unique voice to the resonant symphony of time. Elias moved among these intricate creations with a practised ease, his fingers brushing lightly over the polished wood and gleaming metal, as if in silent communion with each carefully constructed piece. The steady rhythm of the clocks was a balm to his weary spirit, a reassuring cadence that seemed to speak of constancy and order in a world often fraught with chaos and unpredictability. Yet, amidst this chorus of ticking and chiming, there stood a singular silence, a silence that was both profound and poignant, emanating from the grand clock that dominated the centre of the room, its presence both commanding and serene. This clock, Elias's masterpiece, was an edifice of time itself, a towering construction of dark mahogany, inlaid with intricate patterns of silver and mother of pearl, that caught the dim gaslight and reflected it back in a soft, muted glow. Its face, a marvel of craftsmanship, was adorned with Roman numerals etched in bold relief, and delicate hands poised to measure the hours with an elegance that belied their silent stillness. This was the clock that Elias had laboured over with such devotion, his magnum opus, yet it remained silent, a monument to his ambitions, as yet unrealised. As he paused before this silent sentinel, Elias's thoughts drifted to the myriad challenges he had faced in its creation, each obstacle overcome with patience and tenacity. Yet now, at the very threshold of completion, the final piece eluded him, a puzzle piece lost amidst the clutter of his mind. The mechanics were sound, the design flawless, yet the clock's heart, the delicate balance that would set its pendulum in motion, remained stubbornly still. In the one light of the workshop, Elias pondered this conundrum, his mind tracing the labyrinthine paths of gears and springs, seeking the elusive harmony that would breathe life into the silent timekeeper. The air was thick with the scent of oil and varnish, mingling with the faint, sweet perfume of the river that flowed just beyond the workshop's walls, its presence a constant undercurrent, whispering of journeys embarked upon and destinations yet to be reached. The clocks continued their relentless chorus, marking the inexorable passage of seconds and minutes, their voices rising and falling like the gentle susurration of the Thames itself, that ever-present river whose waters lapped at the edges of Limehouse Reach, carrying with them tales of distant lands and forgotten times. The gaslight flickered, casting long shadows that danced upon the walls, as if echoing the eternal dance of time itself, a dance in which Elias was both participant and observer, bound by the constraints of mortality, yet driven by the inexorable desire to capture time's essence in his creations. As he stood there, enveloped in the comforting embrace of his workshop, Elias felt a sense of calm descend upon him, a quietude born of acceptance and determination. Though the final piece of his masterpiece remained elusive, the journey itself had been one of profound discovery and fulfillment, and so, with a gentle sigh, he turned away from the silent clock, his mind drifting once more to the room above, where he would lay his head and drift into the realm of dreams, the world outside remaining a canvas of fog and light, a tableau vivant that would wait, patient and eternal, for the coming of the new day. And with a final glance at the unfinished clock, Elias Wren ascended the stairs, the soft creak of the steps a lullaby, guiding him gently into the night. As Elias Wren reached the top of the stairs, the familiar yet unfathomable silence of the room enveloped him, the stillness punctuated only by the faint ticking of clocks, each one a sentinel, marking the passage of time with dutiful regularity. The air was imbued with a faint scent of varnished wood and aged leather, a comforting aroma that spoke of countless hours spent in the company of mechanical wonders. Against the dim glow of the gaslight, the shadows danced languidly on the walls, echoing the gentle sway of his thoughts, which now turned inward to memories both cherished and bittersweet. In the quiet solitude of this intimate space, Elias found himself drawn to a small, unadorned box that lay upon the table by his bedside, its presence a constant, though silent, companion in the solitude of his nights. With reverent hands, he lifted the lid, revealing a delicate silver watch that sat within, its surface reflecting the soft, muted light. This was no ordinary timepiece. It was a repository of memories, a silent testament to a life once vibrantly lived, and now forever entwined with his own. The watch had belonged to his late wife, a woman of grace and gentle spirit, whose absence was a void he felt keenly in the quiet moments before sleep claimed him. As Elias lifted the watch, its weight in his hand was both a comfort and a sorrow, a tangible connection to a past that seemed ever more distant with each passing day. The hands of the watch had ceased their tireless journey, frozen at an hour that marked the final breath of his beloved, a poignant reminder of the moment when time, for her, had irrevocably halted. He traced a finger gently over the intricate engravings on the case, each swirl and curve a testament to the craftsmanship that had gone into its creation, much like the care with which he had built his own clocks. In an attempt that had become ritualistic, Elias wound the watch with careful precision, feeling the tension of the spring beneath his touch, a mechanical heart yearning to beat once more. Yet, despite his efforts, the hands remained stubbornly still, a silent defiance against the passage of time, a refusal to mark the hours that she could no longer witness. There was a certain solace in this inaction, a silent understanding that this timepiece, like his memories, was preserved in a perfect stasis, untouched by the relentless march of days and nights. As he sat in contemplative silence, the room seemed to expand with shadows that whispered of the past, the gentle ticking of the other clocks a reminder that time, though halted in one small corner of his world, continued its inexorable journey all around. The gaslight flickered softly, its warm glow casting a golden hue over the watch, lending it an ethereal beauty that transcended the sorrow it embodied. Outside, the fog lay thick upon the streets of Limehouse, a shroud that muffled the distant echoes of the city and wrapped the world in a cocoon of hushed stillness. Elias placed the watch back in its box with a tender care, his fingers lingering momentarily on the smooth metal, as if to impart some final vestige of warmth. He closed the lid, sealing away the memories for another night, his heart heavy yet comforted by the knowledge that she remained with him in spirit, a silent presence in the quiet moments before slumber. As he prepared to lay his weary head upon the pillow, the soft ticking of the clocks wove a gentle lullaby, a rhythmic symphony that lulled him towards the edge of dreams. In the room that held both the echoes of the past and the promise of a new dawn, Elias felt the pull of sleep begin to overtake him, the weight of the day slipping away like the fog that enveloped the city, dissipating with the first light of morning, and as his eyes closed, he surrendered to the embrace of dreams, where time held no dominion, and the only measure was the soft beating of a heart, forever entwined with his own. As Elias drifted into the realm where consciousness yields to dreams, the world outside his window continued its unceasing symphony. The languid fog, a shroud of misty grey, wrapped itself around the city like a well-worn cloak, softening the harsh edges of brick and mortar, blurring the lines between what was and what might be. It was in this quiet interlude, this moment suspended between night and day, that the sound of a distant ship's horn reached his ears, low and mournful, a sonorous echo that seemed to rise from the very depths of the river Thames. The horn's resonant call, deep and rumbling, mingled with the rhythmic ticking of the myriad clocks that populated Elias's humble abode. Each timepiece, with its own unique voice, contributed to a peculiar harmony. The clocks ticked in an orchestration of time, while the ship's horn provided a bass note that resonated through the space, creating a strange yet measured symphony. It was as if the river itself had joined in concert with the clocks, its waters lapping gently against the wharves, a soft accompaniment to the measured cadence of the passing hours. The gaslights that lined the cobbled streets flickered in the mist, their golden glow casting a warm, diffused light that danced upon the surfaces it touched. This gentle illumination revealed fleeting glimpses of figures moving through the fog, shadows of the night, each with their own tale to tell. A solitary lamplighter, his task nearly complete, extinguished the last of the lamps with a practised hand, the hiss of the flame a whisper in the enveloping silence. He paused for a moment, his silhouette merging with the fog, before continuing down the street, his footsteps echoing softly in his wake. Through the thickened air, a faint echo of voices could be discerned, carried along by the river's breath. The words were indecipherable, mere murmurs on the edge of hearing, yet they spoke of lives lived in the shadow of the waterway, of hopes and dreams carried on the tide. These sounds, like the notes of an unfinished symphony, wove themselves into the fabric of the night, a tapestry of sound and silence that lulled the senses and eased the mind into repose. Elias, in his slumber, was unaware of the world outside his window, of the lives that moved therein, yet the harmony of sound reached him still, a gentle lullaby that cradled his dreams. The clocks continued their steady ticking, marking the passage of time with an unerring precision, while the ship's horn, now a memory, lingered in the air, its echo a reminder of journeys undertaken and destinations yet to be reached. As the night wore on, the river's voice grew softer, its whispers fading into the distance as the tide turned and the waters receded. The fog, ever present, began to lift, its tendrils unravelling as the first light of dawn approached. Yet still, the clocks kept their vigil, their ticking a constant in a world of change, a reminder of the inexorable march of time. And so, in the quiet of the night, amidst the mingling echoes of river and clock, Elias remained, ensconced in the embrace of dreams, where the boundaries of time and space held no sway, and the soul was free to wander as it pleased. The world beyond his window continued to turn, as it always had, and always would, a testament to the enduring cycle of life, of endings and beginnings, of the ever-present now. As the final notes of the nocturnal symphony faded into the new day, the promise of dawn crept over the horizon, casting its gentle light upon the city. The fog, retreating before the sun's warm embrace, revealed the familiar landscape of Limehouse Reach, a place of industry and quiet beauty, where the river flowed ever onward, a constant in a world of change. And in this moment, as the day began its slow ascent, the clocks ticked on, their rhythm a reminder of the passage of time, of lives lived in the shadow of the river, each with their own story to tell. The grey dawn had scarcely begun to assert its pale dominance over the receding shadows of night, when a sound, gentle yet distinct, broke the stillness within the humble workshop of the clockmaker. The soft, almost tentative knock at the door was a sound that seemed to echo through the quiet room, where the measured ticking of clocks, each like a heartbeat of its own, held dominion. It was a place where time itself appeared to pause, caught in the delicate balance between the ticking moments and the space they occupied. The clockmaker, a man of steady habits and unhurried motion, turned his attention to the door with a curiosity tempered by years of solitude and quiet reflection. The knock was not the harbinger of urgent business nor the summons of a demanding client. It was a whisper of inquiry, a gentle plea that requested entry into this sanctuary of gears and springs. Rising with deliberate care, he moved towards the door, each footstep a soft punctuation in the symphony of ticking and tocking that enveloped him. Upon opening the door, the clockmaker was met by the sight of a boy, slight in stature and pale of complexion, who stood hesitantly on the threshold, a vision almost ethereal in the dim morning light. The boy's eyes, wide and earnest, seemed to hold the weight of a request not easily spoken, and in his small hand he clutched an object wrapped in a handkerchief of faded blue. It was a pocket watch, its case tarnished with age, and its glass cracked, yet it was held with a reverence that suggested a value beyond mere appearance. "Sir," the boy began, his voice barely more than a whisper, yet carrying an urgency born of hope and need, "I was told you might help me. This watch belonged to my father, and it has ceased its ticking. I wondered if it could be mended, if you might turn it backwards, to a time when it worked as it should." There was a tremor in his voice, a quiet desperation that spoke of stories untold, of moments lost and cherished. The clockmaker, whose life had been spent in the company of timepieces and the mysteries they contained, regarded the boy with a gentle understanding, the kind that comes from a lifetime of listening to the silent stories that clocks are wont to tell. He took the watch from the boy's hand, his fingers tracing the familiar contours of its case, feeling the history etched into its surface. "Time," he said softly, "is a river that flows ever forward, yet in its currents we carry with us the moments of the past. To turn it backwards is no simple task, but let us see what can be done, with infinite care." The clockmaker led the boy into the warmth of his workshop, where the golden glow of gaslight cast soft halos upon the walls, and the rhythmic ticking of clocks provided a measured counterpoint to the quiet conversation. The boy watched with rapt attention as the clockmaker set about his task, his hands moving with the practiced ease of one who understands the delicate dance of gears and springs, the intricate ballet that gives life to the measure of hours. As the clockmaker worked, the boy's gaze wandered, taking in the myriad timepieces that adorned the shelves and walls, each a testament to the passage of time and the stories it held. He imagined the lives that had intersected with these clocks, the moments shared and lost, the echoes of laughter and tears that lingered in the silence between ticks. It was a world unto itself, a haven where time was both master and servant, keeper of secrets and weaver of tales. In the gentle hush of the workshop, the clockmaker's efforts yielded a quiet triumph, for the watch, once silent and still, began again its steady tick, a heartbeat restored. The boy's face lit with a mixture of astonishment and gratitude, and in that moment the room seemed to hold its breath, as if time itself paused to acknowledge the small miracle that had taken place. With the watch returned to him, the boy offered his thanks, a simple yet profound expression of the hope rekindled within him. As he departed, the clockmaker watched him go, a figure slipping quietly into the fog-bound embrace of Limehouse Reach, where the river flowed ever onward, a constant companion to the stories of those who lived along its banks. And as the door closed softly behind him, the clocks resumed their patient ticking, each beat a reminder of the moments yet to come, and the echoes of the past that linger still. Within the narrow confines of Elias's humble workshop, where the air seemed ever imbued with the scent of oil and the faint metallic tang of brass and steel, the ticking of myriad clocks wove a sonorous tapestry, a gentle cacophony that filled the dimly lit room with its ceaseless rhythm. The gaslight flickered, casting a warm, wavering glow over the cluttered surfaces, illuminating the myriad faces and hands of timepieces in various states of assembly or repair. Here, amidst the quiet industry of cog and wheel, Elias attended to his craft with a meticulous care that spoke of years spent in patient devotion to the art of horology. A small figure stood silently at his side, the boy who had slipped into this sanctuary of time as if led by invisible threads of fate. He watched intently, his eyes tracing the deft movements of Elias's hands, which worked with practiced precision to coax life back into the innards of an old pocket watch, its case worn smooth by years of use. The boy's presence was as unobtrusive as the whisper of the river beyond the walls, yet his gaze held a quiet intensity, a hunger for understanding that belied his tender years. The ticking of the clocks, varied in tempo and tone, seemed to converse amongst themselves, a murmured dialogue that filled the intervals between the steady breath of the bellows and the soft clink of tools on metal. The room, though small, felt expansive, as if the very air vibrated with the echoes of countless moments captured and measured within these ingenious devices. It was a place where time itself seemed to pause, holding its breath in respectful silence as Elias performed his delicate surgery on the watch's intricate heart. "Mr. Elias?" the boy's voice came at last, a soft intrusion in the melodic hum of the room. "What happens when the clocks stop forever?" His question hung in the air, a whisper that seemed to ripple outward like a pebble dropped into a still pond, touching upon the edges of thought and memory. Elias paused, his hands stilling, the gears and springs resting momentarily beneath his fingers. He glanced up, meeting the boy's earnest gaze with the eyes that held both the weight of experience and the lightness of compassion. "When clocks stop forever," he began, his voice resonant with the depth of understanding, "then time remembers us instead." He returned to his work, the gentle scrape of a tool against metal punctuating his words. The boy pondered this, his brow furrowing as he turned the phrase over in his mind, seeking its hidden meanings. In the silence that followed, the clocks seemed to redouble their efforts, each tick and tock a reminder of the inexorable march of time, yet also a testament to the moments that had passed, moments now woven into the fabric of memory and history. Elias continued his meticulous labour, the rhythmic movement of his hands a dance of precision and care. The boy watched, his curiosity a silent companion to the unfolding scene, a witness to the quiet miracle of restoration. The watch, once silent and still, began to pulse gently under Elias's ministrations, its mechanism brought back to life, a microcosm of the larger world beyond the workshop's walls. Beyond the window, the fog lay thick upon the river, a soft blanket that muffled the sounds of the city, rendering them distant and dreamlike. The gaslight flickered again, casting long shadows that danced upon the walls, the interplay of light and dark a reflection of the mysteries that lay hidden within the passage of time. The boy remained, a small silhouette against the glow, his presence a reminder of the endless cycle of learning and growth, of the continuity of life's journey. As Elias finished his task, the watch now ticking steadily in his hands, he passed it to the boy, who received it with a reverence that bespoke his understanding of its significance. "There you are," Elias said softly, a smile touching his lips. "A little piece of time, restored, and ready to measure the moments once more. The boy nodded, cradling the watch as if it were a precious treasure, his eyes shining with a newfound appreciation for the mysteries it held. And as he turned to leave, the fog outside parted slightly, allowing a glimpse of the river's gentle flow, a reminder that, like the timepiece, life moved ever onward, a tapestry of moments both past and yet to come. As the boy departed, disappearing into the pale embrace of the fog that seemed to swallow him whole, Elias found himself alone once more in the dimly lit confines of his workshop. The gaslight flickered softly, casting long, wavering shadows upon the walls, and the steady ticking of countless timepieces filled the air with a rhythmic symphony, each tick and tock a reminder of the inexorable passage of time. Elias stood amidst the familiar clutter of gears and springs, his mind drifting back to the days of his own apprenticeship, when he, too, had been a young lad, eager to learn the secrets of the clockmaker's art. It was under the stern tutelage of Master Weatherby that Elias had first come to understand the sacred nature of time. The old clockmaker was a man of unyielding principles, whose belief that every second was a precious treasure to be neither squandered nor trifled with had been impressed upon Elias with the relentless precision of a master craftsman shaping the finest of timepieces. Elias could recall those days with vivid clarity, the workshop filled with the sharp scent of oil and metal, and the ever-present ticking that seemed to echo the very heartbeat of the universe. In those days, the streets outside had been no less shrouded in fog than they were now, the gaslights casting their warm, golden glow upon cobblestones slick with the dampness of the river mist. Young Elias would arrive at the workshop each morning, the chill of the early hour clinging to him like a second skin, his breath visible in the cold air. Master Weatherby, with his spectacles perched precariously upon the bridge of his nose, would be waiting, his eyes sharp and expectant, ready to impart another lesson in the art and science of horology. Each task, no matter how menial, was imbued with the sense of importance, a step in the grand procession of moments that made up the day. Elias learned to polish the brass until it gleamed, to fit the tiniest of gears with the steady hand, and to listen for the subtle nuances in the chime of a clock, each sound a note in a symphony that only the most attuned of ears could discern. Under Master Weatherby's watchful eye, Elias came to understand the delicate balance required to ensure that each timepiece marked the hours with unfaltering accuracy, a testament to the clockmaker's skill and dedication. Yet, even as he toiled in the pursuit of perfection, Elias could not help but feel the weight of his master's creed pressing down upon him, a constant reminder that time, once lost, could never be reclaimed. It was a lesson that had shaped his life, guiding his every decision. And as he stood now in the quiet solitude of his workshop, Elias realized with a pang of regret that he had perhaps lived too strictly by that creed. The relentless pursuit of precision had left little room for the softer, more ephemeral moments that gave life its richness and depth. He thought of the boy who had just left, cradling the watch with such reverence, and wondered if he had imparted the right lesson. For while it was true that time was a treasure, it was equally true that not all treasures were measured in seconds and minutes. There were moments of laughter and joy, of quiet reflection and gentle companionship that slipped through the fingers like grains of sand, precious in their transience and beauty. Elias sighed, the sound barely audible above the ticking chorus that surrounded him, and resolved to embrace the moments yet to come with a heart more open to the possibilities of life's varied tapestry. The gaslight flickered once more, and the fog outside thickened, wrapping the world in its soft embrace as if to shield it from the harsh edges of reality. Elias turned to the window, gazing out at the river's languid flow, the water reflecting the glimmering lights of the distant city. It was a scene both familiar and ever-changing, a reminder that, like the river, life moved at its own pace, unhurried and inexorable. As the echoes of the boy's footsteps faded into the mist, Elias felt a quiet peace settle over him, a sense of acceptance for the moments that had passed, and the promise of those yet to come. He turned away from the window, his heart lighter, and resumed his work, the tools of his trade a comforting presence in his hands. The ticking of the clocks continued unabated, a gentle lullaby that marked the passage of another day, and Elias, with renewed purpose, embraced the rhythm of the hours, content to let time unfold as it would. In the dim, soot-streaked confines of the workshop, where shadows lingered in corners, and the faint scent of oil hung in the air like a memory, Elias found himself enveloped by a peculiar stillness. The ticking of clocks, each distinct yet harmonious, filled the space with the symphony of time's relentless march, a melody so familiar that it seemed to echo the very heartbeat of the universe itself. Yet, amidst this chorus of mechanical precision, there arose an anomaly, a sound both unexpected and enchanting, like the whisper of a forgotten dream. From the rafters, where dust motes danced in the diffused glow of gaslight, came a chime so strange and beguiling that it arrested Elias in mid-motion. It was a sound unlike any other, a dulcet refrain that seemed to call from the depths of time's own memory. The chime was soft yet insistent, its notes weaving through the fabric of the room with the grace of a gentle breeze, stirring the air with an ethereal quality that defied explanation. Elias turned his gaze upward, his eyes tracing the wooden beams, where shadows clung like ancient secrets. The source of this melodious intrusion was a clock long considered dormant, its mechanism stilled by the passage of years and the inevitable decay that time bestows upon all things. Yet, in this moment, it had found its voice anew, the lullaby it played resonating with a beauty that transcended the ordinary. The notes flowed like a river, serene and unhurried, carrying with them echoes of forgotten melodies that seemed to whisper tales of yore. Elias, enraptured, stood motionless, his work momentarily forgotten as he surrendered to the spell of this unexpected serenade. The clock, with its intricate face and hands poised in timeless elegance, had always been a fixture of the workshop, a relic of a bygone era when craftsmanship was both an art and a vocation. Its presence had been a silent companion to Elias, a reminder of the lineage of artisans who had come before him. Now, it seemed to speak, its song filling the room with a sense of wonder that defied the mundane confines of the everyday. The lullaby was a bridge to another realm, where time unfurled in harmonious cadence, unfettered by the constraints of the present. Elias listened, mesmerized, his heart attuned to the rhythm of the melody that enveloped him. In that moment, the world outside seemed to fade into obscurity, the fog-laden streets of Limehouse reach with their gaslit glow, and echoing footsteps receding into the periphery of his consciousness. The song held him in thrall, a gentle reminder of the mysteries that lie hidden within the passage of time, waiting for a moment such as this to reveal themselves. It was a testament to the enduring beauty of the past, a reminder that even in stillness, there lies the potential for rebirth. As the notes continued to weave their way through the air, Elias felt a profound sense of connection to the myriad souls who had once inhabited this space, each adding their own chapter to the story of the clockmaker's art. The lullaby was a thread that bound them all, a shared experience that transcended the boundaries of time and space. It was a moment of communion between the past and the present, a reminder that in the heart of the ticking clocks lay a world of infinite possibilities. The melody began to wane, its final notes lingering in the air like the last rays of a setting sun, casting a warm glow upon the workshop as if to bid farewell. Elias, with a heart full of awe and gratitude, returned to his task, his hands once more guided by the steady rhythm of the clocks that surrounded him. Yet, the memory of the song lingered, a gentle echo that would accompany him as he continued his work, a reminder of the wonders that lie just beyond the veil of the ordinary, in the dimly lit confines of the clockmaker's workshop, where the rhythmic tick-tock of countless timepieces wove an intricate tapestry of sound. There came a moment when the very air seemed to hold its breath, as if in anticipation of an event both extraordinary and tender. The warm glow cast by the fading lamplight danced softly upon the walls, caressing the polished wood and gleaming brass with an affectionate touch, while the shadows stretched and curled like a cat before a hearth, creating fantastical shapes that writhed gently in the periphery of Elias's vision. It was then, amidst this serene yet vibrant atmosphere, that the door to his sanctuary, long closed to the world, creaked open with a whisper of sound, and a figure entered, her presence at once familiar and ethereal. There she stood, framed by the doorway, a woman whose features were etched in the annals of his heart, unaltered by the passage of time, her visage as gentle and unchanged as it had been in the golden days of yore. Her countenance bore the soft glow of one who had stepped out of memory itself, a vision of grace and serenity, as if she had traversed the very fabric of time to stand once more before him. It was Clara, his wife as she once was, her smile a benediction in the quiet room, her eyes alight with a warmth that dispelled the lingering shadows. She moved towards him with a grace that seemed almost otherworldly, her footsteps barely a whisper upon the floorboards, and as she approached, the air was filled with the subtle perfume of lavender and rosemary, a fragrance that spoke of home and hearthside, of evenings spent in quiet companionship and shared dreams. "Elias," she spoke, her voice a melody that harmonized with the gentle ticking of the clocks. "Have you kept my time well?" Her inquiry, though simple, was laden with a depth of meaning that only years of shared history could convey, and it resonated within him like the tolling of a distant bell, a sound both familiar and profound. Elias, with hands that trembled ever so slightly, set aside the timepiece he had been tending, and rose to meet her gaze. There was no need for words to express the tumult of emotion that surged within him, for in that moment, time itself seemed to unravel, leaving only the present, where past and future intertwined in a delicate dance. With a heart full of wonder and gratitude, He nodded, his voice a gentle murmur as he replied, "I have tried, dearest Clara, as best I could, to honour the hours we shared and those yet to come." Her smile broadened, a soft light in the dim room, and she reached out, her hand a gentle caress upon his cheek, a touch that spoke of forgiveness and understanding, of love that transcended the boundaries of time and space. In her presence, the workshop, with its myriad clocks and mechanical wonders, seemed to fade into the background, leaving only the two of them, suspended in a moment that was both eternal and fleeting. As they stood thus, the world beyond the windows continued its inexorable march, the fog rolling silently over the cobbled streets, veiling the gaslights in a soft, muted glow, while the distant river murmured its own ancient song. The clocks, steadfast in their duty, marked the passage of time with a measured regularity, a reminder that even in the face of the miraculous and the unknown, life continued its gentle procession, each tick and tock a heartbeat in the symphony of existence. And so, with the soft assurance of shared understanding, Elias and Clara lingered in the embrace of memory and presence, the world outside their sanctuary holding its breath in reverent silence, as if to respect the sacredness of their reunion. The workshop, too, seemed to join in this quiet vigil, the machinery of time echoing the rhythm of their hearts, a quiet testament to the enduring power of love. As the moment gradually slipped into the tapestry of time, Elias found himself once more seated at his workbench, the gentle warmth of Clara's presence lingering like a soft afterglow. The clocks resumed their tireless song, a symphony of order and precision that soothed the soul, and the gentle ticking seemed to whisper promises of yet more wonders to come, as the night unfurled its velvet cloak over Limehouse Reach. In the quiet sanctuary of his workshop, Elias sat hunched over his workbench, his fingers nimble yet deliberate as they navigated the intricate labyrinth of gears and cogs, each piece a testament to human ingenuity and the ceaseless march of time. The room was filled with the familiar, almost hypnotic ticking of countless timepieces, their rhythm a constant companion to his thoughts, each tick a reminder of moments past and yet to come. The flickering glow of the gaslight cast long shadows that danced on the walls, creating a tapestry of light and darkness that seemed to echo the inner workings of his mind, where memories lingered, and the spectre of loss was never far from his thoughts. Elias, in the solitude of his labour, often found his mind wandering back to days long gone, to the times when life was suffused with a warmth now absent. Ever since that fateful day, he measured his existence not in the vibrant hues of life's joys, but in the cold precision of minutes and gears, a meticulous cataloguing of time that offered scant comfort to a heart yearning for presence rather than precision. His every waking moment was a tribute, a silent vigil in honour of what once was, and he clung to this ritual with the tenacity of a man who feared the void that would follow should he let go. Clara, sensing the heaviness in Elias's heart, approached with the kind of gentle grace that bespoke a soul attuned to the nuances of human sorrow. Her voice, soft yet unwavering, broke the silence between them, offering a balm to his troubled spirit. "Elias," she began, her tone imbued with a quiet wisdom, "time is not merely the sum of its parts, not just the relentless ticking of seconds and minutes. It is the presence we bring to each moment, the memories we forge, and the connections we cherish. Her words, though simply spoken, carried the weight of a profound truth, and Elias felt their impact like a ripple spreading across the surface of a still pond. He paused, his hands resting motionless amidst the tiny components that had become his world, and for a moment he allowed himself to truly hear her. It was an invitation to look beyond the mechanical and embrace the ephemeral, to find solace in the here and now rather than in the sterile calculations that had become his refuge. The air in the workshop seemed to shift, a gentle breeze that carried with it the scent of hope, and Elias found himself considering the possibility of living not just in remembrance, but in the vibrant tapestry of the present. The clocks, with their insistent ticking, became a symphony of potential, each beat a reminder that life, in all its complexity, was a gift to be treasured. Clara continued, her presence a steadying force in the midst of Elias's turbulent thoughts. Think of time not as a taskmaster, but as a companion on this journey. Let it guide you, not bind you, and in its gentle embrace you might find the peace you seek. Her words, simple yet profound, lingered in the air, intertwining with the steady ticking of the clocks, creating a harmony that resonated deep within Elias's soul. In that moment, something shifted within Elias, a subtle yet significant change that promised the possibility of renewal. He realized that the measure of a life could not be found in the cold precision of gears and springs, but in the warmth of human connection and the richness of shared experiences. The clocks, once a reminder of time's relentless passage, now seemed to pulse with the promise of new beginnings, each tick a gentle nudge towards embracing the present with open arms. Elias looked up from his workbench, his eyes meeting Clara's with a newfound clarity, and he offered her a small, grateful smile. It was a smile that spoke of acceptance, of a heart that was beginning to heal, and of a spirit that was ready to welcome the dawn of a new chapter. The workshop, with its clutter of tools and ticking timepieces, became a sanctuary once more, a place not just of work, but of quiet reflection and burgeoning hope. As the night deepened, enveloping Limehouse Reach in its velvety embrace, Elias and Clara remained together in the workshop, their presence a testament to the enduring power of love and friendship. The clocks continued their tireless symphony, a reminder that time, though ever moving, was a canvas upon which life could be painted in all its vivid complexity. The room was a sanctuary of ticking, a haven where the ceaseless march of hours and minutes echoed in harmonious unity, each clock a sentinel standing guard over the mysteries of time itself. Yet, in the midst of this mechanical orchestra, an inexplicable stillness descended, like a gentle fog rolling in from the river, pervasive and silent. One by one, as if obeying some invisible conductor, the clocks faltered and ceased their rhythmic dance. The pendulums hung motionless, the hands arrested in their journey across the dials, and the workshop was plunged into a silence so profound that it seemed to press upon the very air, demanding attention and reverence. Elias, who had been engaged in a careful examination of a particularly intricate timepiece, felt the cessation of the clocks as a palpable shift, a void that resonated through his very being. It was as though the heart of the room had stopped beating, leaving behind an emptiness that was both unsettling and strangely captivating. The absence of sound was not merely a lack, but a presence in itself, a living silence that filled the space between them with an almost tangible weight. The stillness enveloped Elias, wrapping around him like the heavy mist of a London evening, and he found himself holding his breath, listening to the echoes of silence that now dominated the room. Clara, seated nearby, raised her eyes from her own work, a delicate piece of embroidery that lay unfinished in her lap, and met Elias's gaze with a question unspoken yet understood. The silence between them was filled with an awareness of the moment, a shared recognition of the extraordinary nature of this event, the quietude speaking volumes where words would have faltered. In that instant, the workshop, usually so alive with the clicking and whirring of its many inhabitants, became a cathedral of stillness, where even the smallest sound would have been a sacrilege. The gaslight, flickering gently in the corner, cast elongated shadows that danced along the walls, creating an illusion of movement in a world suddenly devoid of it. The light played upon the faces of the clocks, each one frozen in time, their expressions locked in perpetual anticipation of the next tick that would never come. Elias felt the weight of their silence as a reminder of the delicate balance upon which existence hung, a fragile thread that could be snapped without warning, leaving behind only the echo of what once was. Outside, the fog crept stealthily along the cobbled streets of Limehouse, muffling the sounds of the city, as if conspiring with the silence within to create a world cocooned in its own reverie. The distant toll of a bell reached them, softened by the mist, a solitary note that reverberated through the quiet, reminding them that time, though halted in this room, continued its inexorable march beyond these walls. The river, a silent witness to the passage of ages, flowed steadily onward, its dark waters absorbing the light and sound, leaving only the whisper of its current to mark its presence. In this serene and contemplative state, Elias felt a kinship with the clocks around him, their halted hands a metaphor for moments in his own life, times when the world had seemed to pause, offering a chance for reflection and renewal. The silence, though initially startling, became a canvas upon which thoughts could be painted, a space for introspection and understanding, a reminder that even in stillness there is movement, a subtle shift that carries one forward. As the moments stretched and elongated in the absence of ticking, Elias and Clara remained together, their connection a constant amid the ebb and flow of silence and sound. The workshop, though quiet, was alive with the hum of potential, each clock a promise of future movement, each pause an invitation to appreciate the present. The stillness, far from being a void, was a reminder of the richness of life, the beauty to be found in the spaces between, where time seemed to hold its breath and offer a moment of grace. Eventually, just the silence began to recede, as naturally as the tide withdrawing from the shore, leaving behind the promise of a new beginning. The clocks, as if awakening from a shared slumber, resumed their tasks, the first tentative ticks a herald of the return to life. Elias watched as the workshop came alive once more, the symphony of sound a balm to his soul, a reassurance that the world, for all its pauses and stillness, would continue its dance through time, ever moving, ever changing, ever present. In the hushed silence that followed the awakening of the clocks, Elias stood amidst the gentle ticking, his senses attuned to the delicate whispers of the past that seemed to float through the air, suspended in the dim glow of the workshop. The familiar sounds that had once filled the shop, now ghostly echoes, drifted back to him like the faint strains of a half-remembered melody carried on a breeze from some distant, forgotten time. There was the soft murmur of laughter from the shop floor, light and buoyant, as if the very walls held the memory of cheerful exchanges and the camaraderie of shared labour. The ring of tools, once a vibrant chorus of industry, now resounded in his mind with a clarity that belied their absence. Each strike of the hammer, each chime of the metal upon metal, arose like spectral reminders of the days when the shop bustled with life, the air thick with the scent of oil, and the sharp tang of metal filings. These were the notes of a symphony that had accompanied his every day, a harmonious blend of purpose and routine that now played softly in his memory, as comforting and familiar as an old, cherished tune. And there, amidst these echoes, was the gentle humming of Clara by the window, her voice a sweet, lilting thread weaving through the tapestry of sounds. He could almost see her, framed by the window's light, her hands deftly at work, her presence a beacon of warmth and grace that had filled the shop with an ineffable sense of home. Her melodies, simple and unadorned, had been a constant presence, a measured balm that lent an air of tranquillity to even the most frenetic of days. As Elias stood, the echoes of his past enveloping him, he was struck by the profound stillness of the present moment, a stillness that allowed these memories to surface with such vividness. The shop, now a sanctuary of quiet reflection, seemed to hold its breath, the ticking of the clocks a gentle reminder of the inexorable passage of time, each tick a heartbeat in the life of the shop, each moment a precious fragment of a larger, unfolding story. In this sacred silence, the past and present seemed to merge, the boundaries between them blurred by the fog of memory and the gentle glow of the lamplight. It was as if the very walls of the workshop had absorbed the essence of all who had passed through, their voices and laughter, their joys and sorrows, now a part of the very fabric of the place. Elias felt a deep connection to this tapestry of life, a sense of belonging that was both humbling and uplifting. The echoes of laughter, the ring of tools, and Clara's humming all spoke to him of continuity, of the enduring nature of the human spirit, of the way in which our lives are inextricably woven into the lives of others. Each sound, each memory, was a testament to the indelible mark that each moment leaves upon the world, a reminder that even in the stillness, life persists, vibrant and unyielding. And so, as Elias stood amidst the gentle ticking of the clocks, the echoes of his past a measured balm to his soul, he felt a sense of peace settle over him, a quiet acceptance of the passage of time and the changes it brings. The world outside, shrouded in fog and gaslight, continued its eternal dance, the river's hush a soft lullaby that carried the promise of new beginnings, of the endless cycle of life and renewal. In this still hour, the workshop, with its echoes of the past and promises of the future, became a place of reflection and repose, a haven where the soul could find solace amidst the changing tides of time. And as the night wore on, the gentle ticking of the clocks a constant companion, Elias felt the boundaries of the present soften, the world beyond receding into a gentle blur, leaving only the quiet hum of memory and the comforting embrace of the past. Elias stood at the threshold of the workshop, a solitary figure poised between the comforting embrace of the ticking clocks and the enigmatic allure of the night beyond. The door, a polished portal of well-worn wood, seemed to whisper an invitation, encouraging him to step forth into the veiled mysteries that lay outside. With a deliberate motion, he turned the brass handle, its coolness a reassuring presence in his palm, and gently pushed the door ajar. There, before him, sprawled the nocturnal expanse of Limehouse Reach, shrouded in a gauzy veil of fog, the very breath of London exhaled in soft, curling tendrils, the night air, crisp and imbued with the faint aroma of the river, met him with a hushed greeting, carrying on its currents the distant echoes of a city that never truly slumbered. Street lamps, those steadfast sentinels of the urban landscape, cast their golden glow through the mist, their light softened and haloed, creating the illusion of hovering orbs, suspended in the ethereal gloom. The cobblestones beneath Elias's feet glistened with a silvery sheen, the moonlight kissing their surfaces, turning the mundane into the remarkable, the ordinary into the extraordinary. As Elias stepped further into the enigmatic embrace of the night, his senses attuned to the gentle symphony that surrounded him. The fog, ever present and ever moving, wrapped around him like an ancient cloak, swathing him in its cool tranquillity, its fingers brushing lightly against his skin. The river, its surface a darkened mirror, whispered secrets known only to the water and the wind, its voice a gentle hum that resonated through the stillness. Somewhere in the distance, the mournful call of a ship's horn echoed, a solitary note in the vast nocturnal orchestra, its sound both a beacon and a lament. With each step Elias took along the cobblestone path, the rhythmic echoes of his footfalls merged with the ambient sounds of the night, creating a harmonious cadence that soothed his spirit. The fog, in its playful dance, unveiled fleeting glimpses of the cityscape, the silhouette of a distant bridge, the shadowy outline of a docked vessel, the dim glow of a tavern window, each a brief cameo in the ever-shifting tableau. It's just within this transitory display, there was a constancy, a sense of time suspended, where past and present coalesced into a singular, timeless now. As he wandered, Elias felt the pull of nostalgia, the gentle tug of memories long past. The street, empty save for the occasional passer-by, became a canvas upon which the brushstrokes of history painted vivid scenes. A gentleman in a top hat, his gait deliberate and thoughtful, nodded courteously as he passed. A young couple, their whispers and laughter floating on the air, strolled arm in arm, their presence a testament to love's enduring charm. An elderly woman, her shawl wrapped tightly against the night chill, shuffled purposefully, her destination known only to her. Within this dreamlike procession, Elias found a peculiar comfort, a sense of belonging to something greater than himself, a grand tapestry of life woven from countless threads, each unique yet intrinsically connected. The city, with its ceaseless pulse, became not merely a backdrop, but a living entity, its breath and heartbeat synchronized with his own, its stories and secrets echoing the whispers of his own soul. Time, that inexorable river, seemed to slow its pace, allowing Elias to linger in this moment of reflection. The clocks within the workshop behind him continued their patient ticking, each beat a gentle reminder of the passage of time. Yet here, in the embrace of the fog and the lamplight, the urgency of the hours dwindled, leaving only the serene presence of now. The world, with its myriad demands and distractions, faded into a soft blur, the boundaries between reality and reverie gently dissolving. And so, in this quiet communion with the night, Elias found solace, a respite from the relentless march of days. The fog, the lamps, the echoing footsteps, all conspired to create a sanctuary of quietude, a place where the mind could wander freely, unfettered by the constraints of time or place. Here, within the gentle embrace of the night, Elias felt the world recede, leaving only the comforting hum of memory and the familiar ticking of the clocks, each tick a measured lullaby for the soul. As the soft haze of Limehouse Reach lay draped over the cobbled streets like a gossamer veil, Elias found himself drawn inexplicably towards the shadowed recesses of his past. The fog, that ever-present companion, ebbed and flowed in gentle currents, as if breathing with the city itself, casting its shroud over the ancient bricks and gaslit corners. It was in this half-world, suspended between wakefulness and dreams, that Elias glimpsed a figure across the narrow lane, a figure familiar yet distant, like a half-remembered melody from childhood. The young man stood there, poised with the energy and optimism of youth, his eyes bright with the promise of untold possibilities. It was as if the very essence of time had folded upon itself, revealing a portrait of Elias's own past, a reflection in the fog-bound mirror of memory. The young apprentice, and clad in garments that bespoke both simplicity and earnest aspiration, seemed to radiate a certain eager pride, the hallmark of one standing at the threshold of life's vast and mysterious journey. The street, with its uneven stones and the soft glow of lamplight weaving intricate patterns on the ground, became a stage upon which this spectral vision played out, the echoes of long-ago footsteps, mingling with the distant murmur of the river, filled the air with a symphony of nostalgia, a gentle reminder of days when the world felt vast, and every corner of the city held secrets waiting to be unveiled. The young man, seemingly aware of Elias's gaze, turned his head slightly, offering a smile that was both knowing and innocent, a bridge across the years that separated them. In that fleeting moment, Elias felt the rush of memories cascade over him, memories of a time when he too was filled with the fervour of ambition and the unyielding belief that the future stretched out in endless promise. The youth's smile, warm and inviting, seemed to acknowledge the trials and triumphs that lay before him, as if offering assurance that the path, though winding and fraught with shadows, was one worth treading. The fog swirled around them, a silent witness to this meeting across time, and the lamplight flickered, casting ephemeral shadows that danced like spectres in the periphery of vision. As the young man began to fade, like a whisper carried away on the evening breeze, Elias was left with the lingering sensation of a dream half remembered, a reminder of the inexorable passage of time and the enduring power of memory. The street returned to its tranquil slumber, the echoes of the city quieting to a gentle murmur, as if the world itself paused to honour the momentary convergence of past and present. The fog curled around the lamp-posts, its tendrils weaving through the air like threads of a tapestry, binding the scene together in a hushed reverie. Elias stood there, rooted in place, his heart softened by the encounter. The vision had stirred within him a profound sense of connection to the boy he once was, a boy full of dreams and untested resolve. Yet, rather than a lament for what was lost, the experience filled him with a quiet gratitude for the journey undertaken, for the wisdom gained through the passage of years. The ticking of the clocks, rhythmic and measured, enveloped him once more, each tick a gentle reminder of continuity and the unbroken thread of life that wove through the tapestry of his days. The street, now empty save for the whispering fog and the soft glow of the gas lamps, seemed to breathe a sigh of contentment, as if acknowledging the brief yet poignant visitation. Elias turned, his heart lightened by the encounter, the memory of the young apprentice etched in his mind like a cherished keepsake. As he resumed his gentle promenade through the lanes of Limehouse, the echoes of the past mingled with the present, creating a harmonious symphony that lulled him into a state of serene reflection. With each step, the rhythm of the city, the distant tolling of unseen bells, and the soft rustle of the river's embrace wrapped around him like a comforting cloak, guiding him onward through the night's embrace, the fog, the lamplight, and the echoes of time continued their gentle dance, weaving a tapestry of quiet introspection, as Elias allowed himself to be carried by the currents of memory, and the ever-present ticking of the clocks, each tick a measured balm for the soul. In the dimly lit abode of the clockmaker, where shadows seemed to gather as if drawn by some unseen force, the clocks, silent in their mechanical slumber, began to stir with a life of their own. An air of expectancy hung about the room, like a quiet breath held in anticipation of some gentle revelation. The fog, ever present, seeped through the narrow streets of Limehouse with an ethereal grace, softening the harsh edges of reality and casting everything in a pale, ghostly light. It was as though the very world had taken a step back, allowing time its own peculiar freedom to unwind, to stretch its limbs and reverse its flow, like a river that defies its course. The clocks, each a testament to Elias's lifelong devotion, commenced their curious dance. The hands moved not forward, as one might expect, but backward, retracing their steps with deliberate precision. Each tick, each tock, was a gentle reminder of moments held dear, now revisited in reverse, as though time itself had chosen to unfurl its mysteries in a manner both profound and serene. The air in the workshop, once stagnant and heavy with the scent of oil and brass, now seemed to vibrate with an energy both subtle and profound, as if whispering secrets only the initiated could discern. As the hands of the clocks swept back upon their dials, memories unfurled, rich and vivid, like tapestries woven with threads of gold and shadow. Elias found himself transported to a day of singular importance, a day marked by the joyous peal of wedding bells and the soft murmur of vows exchanged under a canopy of azure sky and gentle sun, the laughter of friends and family, a symphony of merriment and celebration, echoed like a distant melody, and in that instant Elias saw once more the radiant face of his beloved, her eyes bright with hope and promise, her hand warm and reassuring in his own. Further back the clocks wound, each tick a gentle nudge, each tock a step further into the past, until the echoes of laughter gave way to a quieter, more intimate moment. It was a memory of shared understanding, of smiles exchanged in the soft glow of lamplight, of evenings spent in companionable silence, where words were unnecessary, and the simple presence of the other sufficed. The warmth of those evenings wrapped around him like a cherished garment, familiar and comforting, and he allowed himself to bask in the glow of recollection, an island of tranquillity amidst the swirling currents of time. And still the hands moved, inexorably, ever backward, until at last they arrived at the beginning of it all, that first fortuitous meeting, a confluence of chance and fate that set in motion all that was to follow. The scene unfolded with a clarity that belied the passage of years, a chance encounter on a bustling street, where the clamour of the city seemed to fall away, leaving only the soft cadence of her voice and the gentle curve of her smile. It was a moment of unspoken recognition, a meeting of kindred spirits in a world both vast and intimate, and in that instant the future seemed to unfurl before him, a path illuminated by the light of new-found affection. As the clocks continued their backward march, Elias found himself enveloped in a peculiar serenity, a sense of peace that transcended the confines of the present and reached into the very fabric of his being. The fog, the lamplight, and the echoes of time wove their intricate dance around him, creating a tapestry of reflection and quietude. In that space between moments, where past and present intertwined, he felt the gentle embrace of memory, a reminder that the passage of time, inexorable though it may be, is but a measure of the heart's capacity to hold and cherish the moments that truly matter. Thus, with a sense of quiet gratitude, Elias allowed himself to drift upon the currents of memory, the ticking of the clocks a measured lullaby that carried him gently forward, even as it moved inexorably back. The river's embrace, the fog's gentle caress, and the soft glow of lamplight formed a cocoon of serenity around him, guiding him through the corridors of time with a touch as light as a whisper. And as the echoes of the past faded into a comfortable silence, the clocks continued their backward journey, each tick a reminder of the passage of time, each tock a promise of the moments yet to come. Elias stepped back into the interior of his workshop, the door closing softly behind him with a sigh that seemed to echo the whispers of the river outside, now concealed beneath the gathering fog. The dim glow from the gaslight flickered gently, casting long shadows that danced upon the walls, as if the spirits of long-forgotten craftsmen had returned to witness the culmination of his endeavours. The tools of his trade lay scattered upon the benches, their brass and iron glinting with a subdued sheen, the very air imbued with the scent of oil and metal, a fragrance that spoke of labour and creation. In the centre of this sanctuary of time stood his magnum opus, a clock of such intricate design that it seemed almost alive, its gears and cogs intermeshing with a precision that whispered of the divine. The case was fashioned from a rich, dark wood, polished to a mirror-like finish, reflecting the flickering gaslight with a warmth that seemed to pulse with life. As Elias approached, his heart swelled with a quiet pride, the culmination of years of labour, and dreams standed before him in tangible form. Yet, as his gaze travelled over the myriad components, his practised eye soon discerned an anomaly, a tiny gear, nestled deep within the heart of the mechanism, was not as it should be. It was ever so slightly misaligned, its teeth not quite catching as smoothly as the others, an imperfection as minute as a grain of sand in a vast desert. Elias paused, his brow furrowing ever so slightly, a momentary cloud passing over his features as he contemplated this unexpected flaw. For a moment, his hand hovered over the array of tools, poised to rectify this error with the deftness of a master craftsman. But then, as if gripped by a sudden revelation, he drew back, a soft chuckle escaping his lips, resonating with a gentle irony that seemed to fill the room. "Ah," he murmured to himself, his voice a contemplative murmur, "there it is, the gift of error, the touch of humanity upon the machine." He stepped back, his gaze lingering upon the clock, the misaligned gear now a symbol rather than a defect, a reminder that imperfection is the essence of life, the very thing that imbues our creations with character and soul. In that moment, he saw not a flaw, but a testament to the frailty and beauty of the human condition, a whisper of the heart within the cold precision of metal and wood. The room seemed to breathe with him, the shadows softening, the gaslights flicker a gentle caress upon the walls, as if the very elements of the workshop conspired to embrace this decision. Outside, the fog swirled and settled, a shroud of gentle mystery that wrapped Limehouse Reach in its embrace. The river's murmur a constant companion to the ticking of the clocks within. Elias turned away from his masterpiece, leaving the gear unfixed, content in his acceptance of its imperfection. His heart lightened by the knowledge that even in the most precise of mechanisms, there is room for the unexpected, for the human touch. As he moved through the workshop, each step a measured echo upon the wooden floor, he carried with him the understanding that it is the small deviations, the slight misalignments, that render us truly alive. The silence of the room was punctuated only by the gentle ticking of the clocks, a symphony of time that played softly in the background, each tick and tock a reminder of the world beyond these walls, a world that continued its inexorable march through the fog and the night. And as Elias settled into the quietude of his thoughts, the gaslight flickered one last time, casting its warm glow over his work, before the room fell into a peaceful shadow, the clock's imperfection a secret shared between craftsman and creation. With a final glance, Elias let his fingers trail across the smooth wood of the clock, a silent farewell to the day's labours, a promise of return. The door whispered open and closed once more, leaving the workshop in a hush that was both a pause and a continuation, the fog outside pressing gently against the windows, a soft breath from the river. Beyond the confines of Elias's workshop, as the door creaked its gentle protest against the silence, and settled into its frame with an almost imperceptible click. The world awaited like a scene suspended in time, painted in hues of silver and grey. The fog, ever the loyal companion of the river, swirled and danced with a quiet majesty, its tendrils weaving through the narrow streets of Limehouse Reach, caressing the cobblestones with a lover's tender touch, each stone a keeper of its own secrets and stories. It was a fog that seemed to glow from within, a luminous shroud that rendered the familiar world anew, cloaked in mystery and softened by the tender light of the approaching dawn. The distant tolling of bells, resonant and solemn, marked the hour with a sonorous grace, each peal a gentle reminder of time's inexorable march. Yet here, amidst the fog, time itself seemed to pause, to take a breath before the day's inevitable unfolding. The bells spoke in tones that echoed through the heart of the city, their voices both mournful and reassuring, a melody that wove through the fog and across the water, binding past and present in its rhythmic embrace. 5 times they sang, each note lingering in the damp air, a promise that the night had not been in vain, that the world would soon stir once more to life and purpose. Within this ethereal scene, the river itself lay in a state of calm repose, its surface a mirror to the heavens above, reflecting the muted light as it emerged from the shroud of night. The water whispered softly against the banks, a lullaby of gentle lapping that spoke of distant shores and unseen depths, a reminder of journeys undertaken and those yet to come. The river was a living thing, its breath a mist that mingled with the fog, its pulse the heartbeat of the city itself, as it wound its way through the heart of London, carrying with it the stories of countless souls. As the first tentative fingers of dawn began to stretch across the horizon, painting the sky with the palest of hues, the lamplights that lined the streets flickered and dimmed, their duties fulfilled for another night. Their soft glow had been a beacon in the darkness, a guardian against the shadows, and now, as they yielded to the greater light of day, they did so with a dignity befitting their purpose. The gaslights stood as silent sentinels, their glass panes kissed by the fog, their gentle illumination a memory of the night's quiet vigil. Echoes of footsteps, muffled by the fog and softened by the hour, mark the passage of those few souls who moved through the streets at this early hour. Their presence was a testament to the city's unyielding vitality, a reminder that life, in all its forms, continued its ceaseless dance despite the sleeping world around them. These early risers, shrouded in their own thoughts and wrapped against the chill, moved with a purpose known only to themselves, their figures fading into the fog with each step, leaving behind only the soft echo of their passage. In this quiet tableau, the world seemed to breathe anew, each inhalation a promise of what was to come, each exhalation a sigh of contentment at what had been. It was a moment suspended in time, a moment where the boundary between the night and the day blurred, where the dreams of the sleeping city lingered in the air, mingling with the mists and the gentle light of dawn. The streets, the river, the very air itself, all seemed to hold their breath, poised on the cusp of awakening, yet content to linger a moment longer in this space between worlds. And so, as the bells tolled their final note, as the fog continued its silent dance, As the river whispered its secrets to the wind, the world of Limehouse Reach awaited the dawn, with a patience born of centuries. It was a patience that spoke of resilience, of endurance, of the quiet strength that lay beneath the surface of this ancient city. As the light of the new day began to chase away the shadows, the fog, with a last affectionate embrace, began to recede, revealing the familiar face of the world once more. Thus, with the promise of a new day unfolding, the scene set itself for the next chapter of this ever-turning tale, as the city of London, with all its mysteries, and marvels, awoke to the gentle embrace of the morning light, ready to greet whatever the day may bring. In the dim, whispering chamber of the clock tower, where the world outside seemed but a distant hum of life, the clockmaker, solitary in his noble endeavour, stood poised before the grand mechanism that had been his companion through countless quiet nights and bustling days. The great clock, an intricate tapestry of brass and iron, loomed majestically in the gloom, its face a silent witness to the passage of time, its hands ever steady in their relentless march across the hours. As the fog retreated, leaving behind a faint veil of moisture that clung to the window panes, the room was softly illuminated by the flickering dance of a solitary candle, its flame casting long shadows that wavered and swayed like spectral figures from another age. With deliberate care, the clockmaker reached for the polished brass key that hung on a chain of tarnished silver, its metal cool and reassuring in his hand. The key, a symbol of his craft and dedication, was as familiar to him as the lines upon his own weathered face. With a practised turn of the wrist, he inserted it into the waiting keyhole, a ritual performed countless times yet never diminished in its solemn significance. The mechanism, a marvel of human ingenuity and endurance, responded with a soft, metallic hum, as if acknowledging the presence of the one who had tended to its needs with such unwavering devotion. Each turn of the key was executed with a deliberation that spoke of respect and understanding, a rhythmic symphony of movement and sound that filled the room with a gentle cadence, a melody as old as time itself. The clockmaker, his hands steady and sure, turned the key slowly, each motion a testament to the patience and skill honed over years of meticulous care. With each rotation, the inner workings of the clock came to life, gears meshing with harmonious precision, springs coiling with the latent energy that would soon be released in the measured chime of the hour. The candle flickered again, its flame swaying gently in the unseen currents of air that whispered through the room. Shadows played upon the walls, their shifting forms a silent audience to the timeless task being performed within this hallowed space. The clockmaker, absorbed in his work, felt the familiar presence of the clock as it hummed beneath his hands, a living entity bound by the rules of mechanics yet animated by a spirit all its own. He paused momentarily, listening to the faint, rhythmic ticking that filled the air, a comforting sound that spoke of continuity and order amidst the ever-changing world beyond the tower's stone walls. As the final turn of the key brought the task to its gentle conclusion, the clockmaker withdrew his hand, the brass key slipping from its mooring with a soft, metallic sigh. The great clock, now wound to the fullness of its potential, stood poised to mark the hours with unfaltering fidelity, its face gazing out over the city with an expression of serene omniscience. The candle, its wax pooling in a molten circle at its base, cast a warm, golden glow that lent an air of quiet reverence to the room, a sanctuary dedicated to the unerring passage of time. The clockmaker stepped back, his gaze lingering upon the face of the clock, where the hands continued their unceasing journey around the dial. He felt a deep sense of connection to this venerable mechanism, a bond forged through countless hours spent in its company, through moments of solitude and reflection shared within the confines of the tower. The clock, in its steadfast reliability, had become a constant in his life, a reminder of the delicate balance between the transient nature of human existence and the enduring rhythm of the universe. Outside, the city of London began to stir with the gradual awakening of its inhabitants, the streets echoing with the distant sound of footsteps and the low murmur of voices. The mist that had shrouded the city in an ethereal embrace slowly lifted, revealing the familiar outlines of buildings and thoroughfares bathed in the pale light of dawn. The river, a silent witness to the ebb and flow of life along its banks, glimmered with the first blush of morning, its waters reflecting the soft hues of the awakening sky. In the quietude of the clock tower, the clockmaker turned away from the great timepiece, his heart filled with a sense of quiet satisfaction, knowing that the clock would continue to mark the hours with precision and grace. As he descended the narrow stairs, the echoes of his footsteps mingling with the soft ticking of the clock, he carried with him the knowledge that time, in all its inexorable progress, was both a friend and a guide, leading him ever onward through the unfolding chapters of his life. The air hung thick with the lingering fog that had not yet deserted the cobblestone streets of Limehouse Reach, wrapping them in a shroud of misty grey, as if the very heavens had descended to touch the earth in a gentle embrace. The gaslights flickered with a feeble, yet determined glow, casting their pale illumination upon the scene, where shadows danced in an ethereal ballet, choreographed by the silent breeze that whispered through the narrow alleys and along the river's edge. The river itself, a dark ribbon winding its way through the heart of the city, murmured softly as it carried its secrets to the sea, its surface rippling in harmonious accord with the motions of the unseen currents below. Within this serene tableau, the clockmaker found himself standing beside Clara, her presence as comforting as the familiar ticking of the clock that had accompanied him through so many quiet hours. Clara, with her gentle countenance and quiet strength, seemed to embody the very essence of calm, her gaze a measured balm to the soul, her eyes, soft and understanding, met his with a look that spoke volumes, a silent communion that needed no words to convey its message. She stood close, her hand reaching out with a tentative grace, resting lightly upon his, a touch that was both reassuring and grounding, as if to anchor him to the present moment amidst the ephemeral passage of time. In that instant, the clockmaker felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, a profound appreciation for the simplicity of the moment, unmarred by the relentless march of hours and minutes. Here, in this quiet corner of the world, time seemed to pause, allowing him a brief respite from its unyielding grasp, as if granting him permission to linger in the embrace of a peaceful eternity. He turned his gaze to Clara, his lips curling into a soft smile, a gesture of quiet acknowledgement of the bond they shared, forged in the crucible of time and tempered by mutual understanding and respect. The key, that small but significant instrument of his craft, rested in his palm, a symbol of the intricate dance between man and machine, a testament to the delicate balance of precision and artistry. It was an object of both utility and beauty, a reminder of the clockmaker's purpose and the legacy he had built with his own hands. Yet, in this moment, it seemed to take on a new significance, one that transcended its mere physical form. With a gentle motion, he allowed the key to slip from his grasp, its descent a slow and graceful arc, like a leaf falling from a tree, surrendered to the inevitability of its journey. As the key came to rest upon the table, the soft clink barely audible above the ambient sounds of the room, it felt as though a chapter had quietly closed, making way for the unfolding of another. There was a sense of continuity in the gesture, a recognition that the passage of time, though inexorable, was not without its moments of stillness and reflection, where the heart could rest and gather strength for the road ahead. Clara's touch remained a constant presence, a gentle affirmation of the shared understanding that bound them, as if her hand held the power to weave a tapestry of connection that spanned the vast gulf of time and space. The room, with its warm glow and the rhythmic ticking of the clock, seemed to pulse with a life of its own, a sanctuary of tranquillity amidst the restless city beyond its walls. Outside, the echoes of distant footsteps reverberated softly, their cadence a reminder of the world that continued to turn, each step a testament to the ever-present march of time. Yet, within this sacred space, there was a sense of timelessness, a fleeting glimpse of eternity that lingered in the air, inviting contemplation and quietude. As the clockmaker stood beside Clara, enveloped in the serene atmosphere of the moment, he felt a profound sense of peace settle over him, like the gentle caress of a summer breeze. It was a peace born not of the absence of time, but of the acceptance of its passage, a recognition that each tick of the clock was a note in the symphony of life, a melody that transcended the bounds of the temporal and reached into the very heart of the eternal. With a soft sigh, the clockmaker turned his gaze once more to the river, its quiet song a companion to his thoughts, as he prepared to step into the next chapter of his journey, confident in the knowledge that time, that ever-present guide, would continue to light the way. As the clockmaker's thoughts danced like the gentle ripples upon the river's surface, a profound stillness enveloped the shop, as if the very air held its breath in anticipation. The hour of 6 approached with an inexorable certainty, the time when every clock, each with its own unique voice and character, would unite in a harmonious chorus that reverberated through the very fabric of Limehouse Reach. Within the confines of the shop, an atmosphere of hushed expectancy prevailed, as if the myriad timepieces themselves were aware of the imminent symphony they would soon compose. The fog, a familiar companion in this part of London, drifted lazily along the cobbled streets outside, its tendrils intertwining with the pale glow of the gaslights, casting an ethereal luminescence upon the scene. It was a fog that seemed to muffle the world beyond, rendering it a mere whisper, an echo of reality, while accentuating the quietude within the shop. The river, too, played its part, its murmuring waters providing a gentle undertone to the silence, a reminder of the ceaseless flow of time and tide. As the seconds ticked away, each moment seemed to stretch and elongate, as if time itself were loath to disturb the tranquillity. The clockmaker, standing amidst his creations, felt a deep connection to the life and rhythm of each timepiece, a bond forged through years of meticulous labour and unwavering dedication. He could sense the anticipation in the air, and he allowed himself a moment of reflection, his thoughts wandering through the corridors of memory, recalling the countless hours spent in diligent pursuit of precision and harmony. In this sacred space, the cacophony of London's bustling streets was but a distant memory, replaced by the serene cadence of ticking clocks and the occasional soft chime, a prelude to the grand orchestration that was to come. The shop itself seemed to breathe with a life of its own, a sanctuary of order amidst the chaos of the world outside, where each clock's gentle tick and tock formed the heartbeat of this tranquil haven. At last, the appointed time arrived, heralded by the faintest shiver of anticipation that ran through the shop like a whispered secret. The clocks began their symphony in perfect unison, their harmonious chimes rising and falling like an elaborate tapestry of sound that filled the room, weaving through the air with an elegance that transcended the mere mechanics of gears and springs. It was a sound that seemed to fill the whole quarter of London, spilling out from the confines of the shop into the fog-laden streets beyond, a melodious beacon that called out to all who might listen. The clocks, though varied in design and origin, sang together as one, their voices blending in a perfect accord that was both uplifting and profound. It was as if time itself had paused to listen, enraptured by the beauty of its own expression, a fleeting moment of unity in a world often marked by discord. The chimes echoed far and wide, reaching into the nooks and crannies of Limehouse Reach, touching the lives of those who paused to listen, if only for a moment, to the simple yet profound reminder of the passage of time. As the final notes of the symphony faded into the ether, a sense of peace and fulfillment settled over the shop, the clocks returning to their steady, rhythmic ticking, content in the knowledge that they had, for a brief time, transcended their individual existence to create something greater than themselves. The clockmaker stood amidst his creations, his heart full with the satisfaction of a task well accomplished, his spirit buoyed by the beauty of the moment they had shared. In the gentle aftermath of the chimes, the fog continued its silent journey through the streets. The gaslights flickered with a comforting constancy, and the river whispered its ancient song, a timeless lullaby that spoke of permanence and change, constancy and renewal. The shop, once again a bastion of stillness, seemed to exhale softly, as if content in its role as guardian of time's secrets, a keeper of moments both fleeting and eternal. With a final glance towards the river, the clockmaker turned away from the window, his thoughts already moving to the tasks that awaited him, yet his heart lingered in the echoes of the chimes, a gentle reminder of the beauty and harmony that could be found in the simplest of things. He knew that the rhythm of the clocks would continue to guide him on his journey, their steady ticking a constant companion in the ever-unfolding tapestry of his life. As the morning light began its gradual ascent across the cobbled streets of Limehouse Reach, a delicate transformation unfurled within the clockmaker's humble workshop. The first rays of dawn, with their gentle insistence, pierced through the small, imperfect panes of glass, casting elongated shapes upon the floor, their golden hue mingling with the shadows of the night just departed. This dance of light and shadow was not unlike the steady tick of the clocks, each beam a measure of time, each shadow a fleeting moment, both conspiring to create a tableau of ephemeral beauty. The light, as if imbued with the desire to animate the inanimate, fell upon the myriad of cogs and wheels that lined the shelves, glinting off their polished surfaces and bestowing upon them a semblance of life. It was as though the very air within the workshop had been stirred to motion. The motes of dust, hitherto unseen, now revealed as they floated languidly in the golden light, each a suspended second, a minute encapsulated in its drift. The dust danced, not with the hurried cadence of the city beyond, but with a leisurely grace, echoing the serene rhythm of the river that flowed not far from those very walls. The workshop, with its myriad instruments and tools, seemed to sigh in response to the gentle intrusion of the morning. Each tool, each piece of machinery, had its place, its purpose, and under the caress of the dawn's light they appeared softened, almost tender in their repose. The benches, marked with the signs of long hours and careful craftsmanship, bore witness to the quiet industry of their master, who alone could coax from them the secrets of their creation. The light lingered on the aged wood, tracing the grooves and indentations as if to read the story of their service, a story written in the language of patience and skill. Beyond the workshop's confines, the world began to stir with the familiar sounds of a new day. The distant tolling of a bell, its voice softened by the morning mist, called out to the faithful, while the gentle lapping of the river against its banks provided a measured undertone. The city, with its myriad souls, each engaged in their own pursuits and preoccupations, slowly awoke, the echoes of their footsteps mingling with the whispers of the past carried by the wind. Yet here, within this sanctuary of time, there's a momentary pause, a breath suspended between the night and the day. The light, persistent in its journey, crept across the floor to the heart of the workshop, where the clockmaker's own timepiece stood. This grand relic, a testament to his skill and devotion, caught the morning's embrace, its face alight with a gentle radiance. The hands moved with a serene precision, marking the passage of time with a grace that belied their mechanical nature. It was a reminder, perhaps, that in the grand scheme of things, time was both a master and a servant, a guide and a witness to all that transpired within its span. As the light continued its journey, the warmth it brought began to dispel the lingering chill of the night. The workshop, once cloaked in shadow, now basked in the soft glow of daybreak, its corners illuminated, its secrets revealed. The air, still carrying the faint scent of oil and metal, seemed lighter, infused with the promise of the day ahead. It was a moment of quiet reflection, a pause before the commencement of another day's labour, a reminder of the harmony that could be found in the simplest of things. In this tranquil interlude, the clockmaker's thoughts, though occupied with the tasks that lay before him, lingered in the echoes of the chimes and the dance of the motes. Here, in this sacred space, time was not an enemy to be conquered, but a companion to be cherished, its rhythm a constant in the ever-changing tapestry of life. The light, with its quiet insistence, promised new beginnings, and, in its warmth, the clockmaker found solace, a gentle reassurance that the day would unfold as it should, each moment a gift, each second a treasure. As the morning advanced, the light continued its passage, leaving behind a workshop gently awakened, ready once more to embrace the rhythm of life. The clockmaker, with a heart attuned to the melody of the clocks, prepared to resume his craft, guided by the steady ticking that was both a duty and a delight. And so, with the light streaming through the glass, time resumed its gentle march forward, each second a step in the unending dance of life. In the quietude that follows the stirring of a new day, the boy, whose heart was as much a part of the workshop as the myriad gears and springs within, returned to the place he had come to know as a sanctuary of sorts. The morning mist, still lingering in the narrow, cobbled streets of Limehouse, seemed to wrap the world in a soft shroud, muffling the sounds of the bustling city beyond, and allowing only the faintest echoes of distant footfalls and the occasional muted call of a street vendor to pierce the veil. As he approached the workshop, the boy was greeted by the familiar embrace of the gaslight's gentle glow, casting long shadows that danced upon the walls like spectres of some forgotten past. Upon entering, a serene stillness enveloped him, a silence that was not bereft of sound, but rather filled with the harmonious ticking of the many clocks, each one a testament to the clockmaker's unwavering dedication and skill. The air was imbued with the faint scent of oil and metal, a perfume of industry and craft that spoke of hands that had laboured with love and precision. The room was bathed in the soft, diffuse light of the morning, which filtered through the grimy windows and settled like a gentle caress upon the workbenches, illuminating the myriad tools and parts that lay scattered like the pieces of a grand, yet to be completed puzzle. There, upon the central bench, lay the silver watch, the very embodiment of the clockmaker's art, its face gleaming with a quiet dignity as it marked the passage of time with a steady, reassuring tick. This simple yet profound sound seemed to fill the room, resonating in the boy's heart and mind with a measured regularity that spoke of constancy and order in a world that was often anything but. The watch, which had once been silent and still, now lived, its ticking a gentle reminder of the clockmaker's touch, of the care and attention that had breathed life into its delicate mechanisms. As the boy stood there, he could not help but feel a deep sense of wonder and gratitude for this place, and for the man who had made it so. The workshop, with its myriad clocks and watches, was more than just a place of work. It was a refuge, a world unto itself where time was not a tyrant to be feared, but a companion to be cherished. Here, within these walls, the relentless march of the hours seemed to slow, each tick of the clock a heartbeat, each second a gentle sigh. He moved, slowly through the room, his footsteps barely making a sound upon the well-worn floorboards, each step accompanied by the rhythmic ticking that filled the air. He paused for a moment by the window, looking out at the world beyond, where the fog still clung stubbornly to the streets, the distant silhouettes of buildings emerging and disappearing like ghosts in the grey. The river, not far from where he stood, flowed with a languid grace, its surface rippling gently under the touch of some unseen breeze, carrying with it the secrets and stories of the city. Turning back to the workbench, the boy reached out to gently touch the silver watch, his fingers brushing against the cool metal as if to reassure himself of its reality. The sensation was both grounding and uplifting, a connection to the clockmaker's world and to the subtle magic that lay within each carefully crafted timepiece. It was a moment of quiet reflection, of understanding that the true measure of time was not in the ticking of a clock, but in the moments that filled the spaces between, the memories and experiences that gave life its depth and meaning. As he stood there, the boy felt a profound sense of peace, a calm that settled over him like a gentle fog, softening the edges of the world and lulling him into a state of quiet contemplation. The workshop, with its myriad clocks and the steady ticking of the silver watch, was a haven, a place where time itself seemed to pause and take a breath, allowing for the possibility of new beginnings and the continuation of old stories. And so, with the morning light streaming through the windows and the fog slowly lifting from the streets outside, the boy lingered a while longer, savouring the tranquillity of the moment and the promise of the day to come. The workshop, with its gentle symphony of ticking clocks, was once again ready to embrace the rhythm of life, each tick a reminder of the beauty and mystery of time and of the hands that so lovingly crafted it. Amidst the dim glow of the early morning, where the lingering fog danced languidly through the narrow lanes of Limehouse, there was an atmosphere of quietude that enveloped the humble workshop. The boy, whose youthful face bore the hopeful innocence of one eager to learn, stood alone amidst the myriad of clocks, each one a testament to the passage of time and the craftsmanship of the aged clockmaker who had, for many years, tended to them with unwavering dedication. The fog, with its gentle embrace, seemed to whisper secrets of the past through the barely audible rustle of the gaslight flickering in the street, a soft, ethereal light that blended seamlessly with the shadows within. As the boy's gaze wandered over the array of intricate timepieces, his eyes fell upon a small, unassuming winding key that lay forgotten on the floor, its brass surface catching the faintest glint of light that filtered through the grimy window panes. He stooped to retrieve it, feeling the cool metal against his skin, and with a sense of reverence, he placed it beside a venerable watch that rested upon the workbench. The watch, though silent for the moment, seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as if yearning to resume its steadfast ticking, to mark the minutes and hours with the precision only a master craftsman could bestow. With a tender whisper, almost as though he feared to disturb the sanctity of the place, the boy murmured, "I'll keep the time now, sir." His words, though softly spoken, resonated within the confines of the workshop, touching upon every corner, every crevice, as if carrying with them a promise of continuity, a pledge to uphold the legacy of skill and care that had been imparted to him. The clocks, in their silent agreement, seemed to nod in approval, their faces eternally watching, their hands poised to continue their ceaseless journey. Outside, the streets began to stir with the subtle hum of life awakening from its slumber. The echoes of distant footsteps, muffled by the persistent fog, mingled with the faint clang of a bell far off, signalling the start of another day. The boy, now the sole steward of this sanctuary of time, felt a profound connection to the world beyond the workshop's walls, a world that ebbed and flowed with the tides of human endeavour, much like the river that coursed through Limehouse, carrying with it the stories of countless souls. In this moment of quiet reflection, the boy was acutely aware of the weight of responsibility that rested upon his young shoulders, yet he was equally buoyed by a sense of purpose, a conviction that he too could contribute to the tapestry of life through his newfound role. The gaslights, with their steady glow, watched over him like silent sentinels, their light a beacon of hope and guidance in the misty morning. The fog, ever present, began its slow retreat, lifting its veil to reveal the cobblestones beneath, slick with the dew of night and the river beyond, its surface rippling gently under the first touches of daylight. The boy, standing at the threshold of his journey, felt the rhythm of the clocks within him, their ticking a measured cadence that mirrored the beating of his own heart. He understood that time, though relentless in its march, was also a benevolent companion, offering moments of reflection, of growth, and of promise. Thus, in the quietude of the workshop, with the fog dissipating and the world awakening, the boy embraced his role as the new apprentice, a custodian of time and tradition, ready to honour the past and forge a path into the future. The clocks, in their timeless wisdom, seemed to nod in silent agreement, as if acknowledging the passing of the torch from one generation to the next. And so, the boy lingered, savouring the tranquillity of the moment, the gentle hum of life around him, and the promise of the day to come, as the first pale light of dawn pressed tentatively against the soot-streaked windows of Limehouse. The city began to stir with the reluctant energy of a giant roused from slumber. The cobbled streets, still glistening with the residue of the night's rain, seemed to yawn and stretch beneath the awakening sky, their stones slick and shining like the scales of some ancient river creature. The fog, that ever-present companion to the river Thames, lingered like a ghostly shroud, weaving through the narrow alleyways and curling around the wrought-iron lampposts that stood sentry at every corner, their gaslights extinguished, but for a few stubborn flickers. In this ethereal prelude to the day, the clocks of Limehouse, those venerable guardians of time's relentless march, began to announce the hour with a harmonious symphony of chimes. From the grand clock tower that loomed over the docks with paternal vigilance to the humble mantel clocks nestled within the parlours of modest homes, each timepiece lent its voice to the chorus, creating an echo that resonated through the very bones of the city. It was as if time itself had paused to listen, content in the knowledge that its dominion remained unchallenged, its rhythm unbroken. With each sonorous peal, the air seemed to vibrate with the gentle assurance of continuity, the passage of moments stitched together in an endless tapestry of past, present, and future. The echoes danced upon the mist, a melody of life unhurried and eternal, offering a moment of reflection to the denizens who began to emerge from their dwellings, blinking against the nascent light of day. Here, a milkman rattled his cart along the cobblestones, his whistle mingling with the chime of the bells. There, a flower vendor arranged her wares, the bright blossoms a cheerful defiance against the grey. The river, its surface a mirror to the sky's awakening hues, flowed with its customary serenity, its gentle lapping against the embankments a constant, comforting murmur. The boats and barges, moored in a patient line, bobbed lazily upon the water, their sails furled and their decks slick with dew. Seagulls, those raucous heralds of the dawn, swooped and wheeled above, their cries a counterpoint to the measured cadence of the bells. As the city shook off the vestiges of night, a certain peacefulness settled over Limehouse, a shared understanding among its inhabitants that time, in all its inexorable progress, was a benevolent guide rather than a stern taskmaster. The clocks, having fulfilled their morning duty, seemed to hum with satisfaction, their faces reflecting the growing daylight with a serene glow. Time, for once, seemed to embrace the moment, unhurried and content, allowing the city to bask in the gentle transition from night to day. And thus, amidst this harmonious concert of sound and silence, of light and shadow, Limehouse awoke fully to the promise of a new day. The fog, like a curtain drawn aside, began to lift, revealing the familiar outlines of buildings and streets, the silhouettes of chimneys and rooftops etched against the brightening sky. The city, with its heart of bustling docks and quiet nooks, its veins of winding alleys and broad thoroughfares, prepared to embrace the day's endeavours with the steady assurance born of countless such dawns. As the hour settled into its rightful place, a sense of calm purpose infused the air, a gentle reminder that time, ever marching forward, was also a patient ally. Limehouse, in its age-old wisdom, understood this truth, its people, and places woven into the fabric of time's unending story. And so, with the echoes of the clock's chimes still lingering like a whispered benediction, the city moved forward, stepping into the day with a quiet grace that needed no announcement, no fanfare, only the simple, enduring rhythm of life itself,